Hello, hello, hello. How are you? I hope you're doing well. If you're watching on YouTube, you can catch us live at twitch.tv/TalksMail2. And if you're watching on YouTube and you like to see me, like, make a comment, and subscribe, and just see probably a dislike and some more. Either way, I hope you have a wonderful day, and let's get into this. Alright, let me go check sound, I guess. Alright, let's see. Let me see. Hello, hello? We good, we good. We good, we good. Crap. Alright, let's hit the game up and rolling. Alright, since I'm here right now anyway, I'm gonna probably hang around here for a bit until people pop in so we can decide what we want to do. I mean, obviously, this is Christmas District. We did decide that doing things like working on like the wall and stuff were acceptable outside of Christmas. Since there's so much of it. But I don't know if people are actually gonna want that, so I'm gonna hang around here. See if anybody pops in. If nobody pops in, I'm probably gonna go ahead and head home for a bit. Even if people want me to come back, I can do that. I'll probably hang around here like 10-20 minutes. And I can head home then, if and only if people don't pop in. Because you can see, I mean, we've got so much well to do. At the same time, I'm kind of done with Christmas for a bit. Probably good in like a month. But we'll see. There it goes. Normal arrows, I guess. I guess that's it. Alright. Just to break off where we were last. Hiding from my eyes at dawn. Fading from view, they disappear. I am blinded by the dark. And all alone. Actually, I do think I'm gonna head home. I'm gonna switch out my stuff and just head home. I have work to do back at the regular. Don't need to see, so just tell me where to go. Even though all my life has been fading, and I don't need to be there to face the unknown. But tonight I've been blinded by the dark. Without fear, I will reach for the dawn. Take back our bow and arrow. I can get the stuff I need there as well, if I decide I want to pick any of it. Passing far away, I can't be blinded by the dark. I don't remember what else I had. If people want me to come back, I'll come back. But for now, I'm gonna just kind of leave my stuff here. Be blinded by the dark. I mean, it really does look way better than it did the level before, but... Also don't know when Kitty will be back, but yeah, I think I'm just gonna head home for now. I'll chill out here. I will make some decisions on. Hello, Tomas. I'm doing okay. We're heading home. I could go back to the Christmas, but I figured at the very least I probably should at least kind of get back and do some stuff back at the base. Try to remember what I was doing. We can come back to work on the wall whenever. Like, do... Sure, happy 2026. Anyway, I don't know. I just don't feel like I have anything over in Christmas. We have buildings and things to do and work on and all that, but I don't know. Just a break. A break. A moment. January's boring. I don't know if it's boring. And is it boring to come back home? Like, really? Especially when we have so much we need to get done. Like, we need to finish that building. I actually want to work on that one. For realsies. Kinda... Probably would like to get this building back here, set up more. I remember what I was doing. We've got a building to put here and a building to put here. We have stuff to do. This as well. And mind you, we even have things including hello chickens. Over here, we've got this building to finish. All of this to scrap and destroy. Gotta finish cleaning that up and doing that, alright? So that we can have a, It's impossible to fit once. I mean, we have things to work on. I know I haven't been back to it in a while, but, like, I mean... I gotta remember how I wanted to do it too. It's been... Because before that was the power outages and working down below. I gotta remember... And if I don't remember, I could do something different with the areas, because, I mean, obviously... Plus, I mean, we gotta hang out here so we can have food. We're probably running... I mean, we're not running low, but... But, like, this building I could finish. It wouldn't even be hard. Or at least the outside / inside area. I think, you know what? I think that's what I should start with. It's just starting to get the street back in order and in line. I mean, look. This building is still got nothing. Neither does this one. Like, to kind of really show how sandwiched between these this building is. I think I want one more floor of that building as well. But I just gotta grow trees and do stuff. Yay. I think I'm gonna start with trying to get some of these buddies. See, I know I could technically make a farm for this. If I was smarter. Now, I'm being silly because I choose not to. Again, I kind of go towards. I do wish that there were updates kind of based around the concept of, you know, more. I mean, I don't really. I feel like they've. The concept of someone wanting to do it the way that they supposedly want people to do it, right? I mean, logic towards that. That was... Oh, up, 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 up. As I was saying, I mean, like, I don't feel like anything is ever really designed towards that. Or given a reason, why don't you do something other than a mega farm? You know? And for me, this is why. I mean, like, for me, this is like, I'm both determined to do it. Because I sure as heck would like to get it right, yeah? So tell me where I go. At some point, I probably should make a tree farm. Specifically, you know, one of them fancy redstone ones. Look up tutorials, all that jazz. I don't even think it's really mega. Kind of this. Of course, if you're gonna do, I guess it feels like it's a bit of an attitude towards it. I guess this. Of course, if you're doing big projects, you're gonna do it via the like making farms and da da da. And it's just like, no, I'm not. Because that feels a little weird. Alright, I'm pretty sure this is normal rain. I mean, this is what I love. I really do like how it, even when we have full brightness on, and like, I mean, take that brightness down, right? 1 second, I'm gonna fix it afterward, but probably have to remember to because my mom. Can't, but like moody. Like, look at the way the light like spills out and everything. Fully really with this. And in all honesty, if there was one thing I was going to do shaders, I think I would do this, and I probably will at some point. But I mean, just with this, look at that. Like the light's just barely like touching. Yeah, I'll leave it till nightfall. Then I'll fix it, but I don't know. Like, I don't mind, like, and I know most people don't like it, to be clear, so I get it. I do, and I do think overall it's a little weird that they added like this, that it's not really much of a choice. I wish that they had added a choice, because while I like it, I know other people don't. Really? Yeah. What is? The rain? I don't know. The rain really captures just that, without it becoming so dark that mobs start spawning. Alright, so we've got a little bit of this that we can start placing down. I kind of want to finish working that one, at the very least, like how high I want it. Because obviously I'd like it higher than this. I kind of like the idea of this being the tallest building in this block here. Because obviously you cannot make it over to there, right? See, it really does look good like that. The lights coming off of everything, all of that jazz. Alright, so let me see. How did I do this down here? So, obviously this is the floor here, and the ceiling, I guess, is that. Floor block there. Match. You know what? I kind of like the idea of it being kind of tall creatures that, you know, would be here. So, 4 in between, I'll do 4 in between again. So right now I have 2 there. And then have like a 3rd floor. But then the concept can be maybe the beings that would be here, the size is a little bit more wonky. I do too. Alright, so we already had 2, right? Yeah, so 3, 4. Alright, it's getting dark. Yeah. But I mean, look! Like, the rain really captures the feel of what it's supposed to feel like. The light's kind of just lit. Have slight light here. It'll have lights in here as well. I need to have some lights on the base so that there's just like some light spilling out. The lights in here are like this, but I could have something kind of more in line. And as I've said, at some point... we do need to... And hey, I mean, even this... Like, hang on here a second. The way the light spills out, it's all about lighting. I mean, obviously, I'll turn up the brightness in a second, but even during the day, yeah. Some of them careful. I mean, just look at it. Got just some chillness to it. Let's just fix the brightness now. Alright, what despawned? I saw something despawn. Oh, I guess it was a zombie. Weird. And a zombie over here. And yet, no creepers. Kind of okay with that. We also have down here to work on as well. Or what it is, you know? I do gotta finish fixing that up. Fixing a few more of these up and all that. Honestly, what I should probably do... Alright. Let me see. Yeah, I definitely want to do it that way. Yes, can I grow this more? Yes. Cool. That way we can continue going up. At some point I will fill in the walls, but that's something that just kind of goes up and up and up. I do like. And then knowing this would go like this. And we could do the same thing here as well. Alright, we need more tree. Alright, let me pull this back out so we can go up. Alright. Alright. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do with all of this. I guess this stuff. Hello, Link. How are you? I'm doing well. How are you? Just trying to make some decisions. Working on some building. Actually trying to get some stuff done. Actually, you know what? This could be one of these buildings back here, I guess. A more... Fair enough. I'm glad to hear you're doing alright. Unique kind of colored building over here. Fair enough. That does happen, doesn't it? Always, hello, Fiddle Furnace. Thank you for saying chat. I'm a sea elf. Really about it. Woot. I know. Very exciting. Yeah. Kind of like a mermaid. But no. That's about it. I have scales. I play video games. Yeah. Yeah, because like that building I have that. So if I did a building over here that has a similar style or in coloration, we could have it be that this would be a building from like that. I realistically just never really think about it. Yep, that's about it. Yep. I'm more focused on the lore of like my Minecraft world. Like this, I've got a whole lore thing going on with this. If you're interested in that, but I don't really do a whole lot for myself. I like to come up with the. Just don't feel like I have. So there's that. I mean, if you really want some lore. I still want to be more in the style of these buildings, but I want to fit more in line with this. I know there's not really anything back here, but that's fine. Alright, so this would go to here. So we could have something like that. Be like, look, isn't this cool? Alright. I need to grab more food soon. I didn't even realize the clouds do that now. Kind of weird feeling for Minecraft. How do I feel about that? Anyway, and then basically what we'll do is we'll have, because I do want to do the deep slate on the sides, kind of like the others, but I want it to be more... let me grab some deep slate, see if I can't kind of... I don't think I actually have any... I think I have to go downstairs, don't I, to get deep slate, because I think I spent most of mine... Yeah. I did. I totally did. Alright, I need to go downstairs. Alright. Actually, no, I don't even have to go that far anymore. Yay! For stupid planning. That is now absolutely working out well for me. I should also probably at some point work more on this as well again. But that'll be up to you guys when you want me to come back to this. Because, I mean, I like it, but I don't know if you guys do. Want me to. I'm just going to take a little bit because I don't want to take too much. Because I do want to eventually get back into this. Like I said, I want to... finish our lava track here. All the way around to fully create the walls. And then slowly clear things out and all that. And then remove that lava as well, just because it is all going to be, as you remember, water. Outside of the pathways, because that is on purpose. And mind you, I've already let myself get distracted from what I was working on, so yay. But it will help still in the long run, because it is... one of the many buildings. Oh yeah, at some point I probably should also stick the lights in. I did stick the lights in those. And this side, finish it up, and maybe do something inside as well. Kind of give more like light, kind of lit up kind of vibe. But I kind of like the idea of it being that they're kind of copying the style of these other buildings. Right? But you can tell it's not quite the same. Because obviously this would be a built later, right? So to kind of give an idea here. I actually think I would remove this. Oh, wait, no, this side probably is good to have, actually. Yeah, no. Not this side. This side here. Yeah. Yeah, let me stick a light back here because I don't want to... Because obviously you're not going to see back here after this. Yeah, I want to pull this all the way up like so, but I don't want to fill in the final side because what I want to do is kind of just have it be that it's open-ended, kind of more... Alright, let me kind of go back and around here. Alright, and... Technically, I don't have to do this back one. I'm going to do it anyway. Because you can see it from back here. Oh, this was actually right. Huh. Where was it? Yeah. Alright, and then we pull this across here as well, of course. You know what, I should do it from the top. Alright. So, like, you know, it starts out, it looks like it's the same kind of vibe. But the front's definitely going to be different, and it's not going to have... Because, again, the... Obviously, they don't live in the same kind of environment, so the concept of having... a safe environment, I guess. Yeah, it is inside. It is inside. It's inside. Alright. Just kind of like that. And then have a bit of a roof, and then probably have like a little bit of a room on top as well. So it just looks a little bit different. Give it a little bit more of a kind of drive-in, drive-out kind of style. Well, not drive-in, I guess. Walk-in. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. I might adjust that a little bit, but I kind of like the idea of it just kind of blending in, or... Yeah, no, actually, no, I'm going to change it out. I'm going to change it out, because it does look a little funky. The same idea as the stable. Like I said, they're the ones that would have made it. They're the ones that would have a more inline style of it. Yeah. I mean, it's got their glass, mind you, but it wouldn't feel quite the same. I'm gonna do like 6 of these just to kind of show what I mean. But then, we're gonna put the lighting in like this, probably. I'll probably fix the side. At some point. But have the lights be inlet side there, have it something there, and then give like a wall on top of it to just... So the light comes out, but it's got like a bit of a look to it. I think that's something that'll work to me, at least. Alright, and... One thing I'm not sure of is this. Make this look semi-presentable. I think I'm still gonna leave the blue in. I do think I'm gonna pull this up here. And also the same thing here. Just because I think that looks more in line, kind of, with the style. And like I said, This is just a way up and down. So powdered snow, obviously, and a carpet here, and water barrier up that way. The actual like living space / offices. Whereas, as I said, down here it's more kind of chill, like open. I don't think like any like sleeping area or anything, just kind of like having things here. A variety of things can be done here that way. And I know I could have done a actually, we might just kind of, sort of... Crap. Here, come here, grass. There. Alright, so... And then... Yes, then you pull that in like that, and it will just... Actually, I don't need one there. Because you can't see that one, so it doesn't matter anyway. Like that! Yeah, well, I mean, less about Rumi, more about just, like... I guess logic. I mean, remember, the entire concept for the people that would be coming in into building this building up. And this is like, effectively, this is also a new versus old, I guess you could say. Or that the old is obviously down here, but that it was like how to kind of see that some things were clearly built up. I do love the fish in here. It is super cool. I know there's only like 2 fish in there, but, well, 3, but 4. It works really well. And this absolutely feels like a CD place. I just hear them. I need to figure out how to let mushrooms grow. I don't know how to do that. But point being I don't know. Maybe I'll do more of the same here. I kind of like the idea of just it in like that. I'm gonna need more deep slate. We probably should go down and dig some up. And then do one there, but then everything else is kind of just not. Because then this is where this would be on the top. But down here, you kind of be able to see that. But on the top, you don't necessarily. What's the purpose? practically perfect in every way. Hello, Chris. How are you? I am fine. How are you? I'm glad to hear you're doing fine. As you can see, we're back to our normal stuff. I am willing to go back to the Christmas area whenever, but I just figured, yeah, you know, a little bit chill, a little bit of normalcy. Get a little bit of work done of things we kind of need to get done. Yep. As I was saying, I'm not getting a spear because they're too clunky for me. To be honest. I told you, I tried to mess around with them. I found them to be super clunky. Not all that pleasant to use for me, I'm sure. Uh-huh. And here's the thing. I can't really prove it right now. But I can prove that I have messed around with the spear. Just not at this specific moment. Because I'd have to exit the game and then come back in. Because I've got the stupid cape. Oh yeah, I got the cape. The achievement of killing 5 things with the spear. Got one. Voila. But I don't have it on right now. I have the copper one on. I've done this before. If there's a cave, I will go and get it. I will find a way. Even if I don't like it. Unless you want me to, like, exit out, go do that, and come back in. I can do it. You don't want it. You want to believe that I haven't actually messed with it. Instead, fair enough. I could put it on for next time, then. As I said. Yep. But no, because I wanted the cape, right? So I had to do it on Bedrock. I first tried, and this is also how I found out, like I said, my worlds have been deleted. And the update that was the Mounts of Mayhem update, not the one before it, that was supposed to be the one that would do it. And again, like I said, Fortuitous backupping protected that, but yeah. We'll see. I know I can't change it while I'm here, but I've got the thing open that I can just switch it. Anyway, point being, yeah, very fortuitous. But yeah, because I was getting, and I just gave up. I thought I wasn't gonna get the cape because I was like, I killed like 30 or 40 things with like 5 different cape, like just on both the phone and on the computer, so I could say neither way did I like it. I mean, it's very fortunate that I had remembered to back up the worlds. Because I didn't trust Mojang, I'm gonna be honest, to not mess everything up. Also, did you Has this been a thing? Have I just, like, not noticed this? I feel like it hasn't done this. Are you stupid? No, no, no. It feels weird. Like, I feel like I would have noticed that the clouds now do that. I don't feel like they did. I have to look at, like, some other point. Maybe I even pointed it out before, and I'm like, oh. But she said, I don't know, it feels weird. It doesn't feel very Minecrafty. I know there's a creeper face crow loud. That's not what I was talking about. I was talking about the fact that the sun can now still be seen behind the clouds. Which, as I said, I feel like I would have noticed. But it feels so weird. I don't know. But no, I know about the creeper face cloud. Feels Minecrafty to you. Concept that you can see the sun? I feel like it's more Minecrafty for you not to, because it's blocked, even if it technically should be able to. Especially since you can't see the sun when it's raining or snowing. Maybe I just... No, I definitely have to have looked up. I don't know. It's weird. It feels off to me. It doesn't have to feel off to you, that's fine. It just... feels... I have. Much like rain, it just disappears unless you're in a desert. And then it only sometimes disappears. Can't do that on this one. Yeah, that's still fine. I'm gonna get some. In case you've forgotten, this world, technically no. Technically, it's just lava and chicken. They don't intersect anywhere. That didn't look right. I don't think it is, but... No, that's fine. Okay, I'm just crazy. My wonky redstone that's probably pretty bad. At some point, I just need to look up a farm for some of these things to make it easier. Not just on, like, me, but... Not those chickens. I meant look up a farm so that I can learn how to do it efficiently. And I'm not gonna do that with those chickens, because that's my food. Thank you. Unless you'd rather my character starve, because I do something stupid, and have to wait, and potentially mess something else up. Because let's remember, Fire Tick is not turned off. I'm not so sure. Yeah, Except for the new little mob combo, you know? Nautilus and... Although I guess I'll never see them, will I? Most likely. But even otherwise, I mean... I was just more saying, I guess I'll never see the... I'll just have, like, normal drowns and stuff. At least in a normal gameplay world. The biggest thing is there's just not fish. Other than, like, a few, and it's mostly drowned. Anyway. I guess there's a fish there. But fish isn't as good as chicken. And I have to continuously hunt fish, which makes it kind of foolhardy. Anyway, you know, I will say that is one thing I'll give Bedrock credit for, that I wish Java did more. In a more obvious way, at least. I really and truly do wish there was an ability to kind of get these mobs spawn in older chunks. I just don't feel like I've ever seen that. You know? And maybe it's just the way Java's coded, and I can understand that somewhat, sort of. But... I don't know. I just get the other negative effects instead. But none of the positive ones. Anyway. Like, am I wrong? Is there, like... Am I just, like... I have to stay in an area, like, a certain amount, or do whatever. Is there something I can do to just kind of get these guys to spawn in? As I feel like they should be. Are they spawning in and I just am so dumb, or not dumb, but like so oblivious? I think I've got the best example of it, you know? Something should be spawning in, but isn't. Because when you consider the fact that, like, this whole area back here is supposed to be, forest from, like, you can even tell exactly where onward. But I don't get the forest wolves. From here onward, I think, is what it is. And I'm pretty sure the only cold type chicken I have, I spawned in. This one? I'm pretty sure I spawned that guy in. First I thought maybe it was natural, but no, I'm pretty sure it's not. But otherwise it would be showing up like back in here as well. on the other variants too, but it just doesn't. I kind of do this like every time there's a new update because I look around and I'm like, so at what point are they going to just be honest that if you want to experience new content, you either have to travel out very, very far away or you have to start a new world? Realistically speaking. Even if that new content is re-textured animals. Like, I don't think it's a different biome or anything either, so in theory, code-wise, it should pop up with what's already here. Or rather, what would be here. Right? Kitty's going nuts. He's got the zoomies behind me. Oh. Anyway, I don't know. It just feels wrong. I guess, more than anything else. Logistically. But I'm sure coding-wise there's an explanation I just don't understand because I'm not a coder. I don't know, just it feels a shame. And look, I know you guys have no answer either, you know? I'm not asking for answers. I'm just left with, I almost feel like at some point we should do, like, a short, not long like this one. Like, this is our long-term, forever, blah, blah, blah. But I do somewhat feel like at some point we should probably do, like short worlds after an update. If we feel like it's significant enough for that. And we'll have content that we have to find. You know? Or not. I mean, I don't mind never interacting with the updates. I really don't. I should probably have, now that I'm looking at this, I should have probably done the same thing on this side as I did here. Although it would make it a bit stockier, but it would make it feel a little bit better. Across. Wow, wow. Oh, wow. Anyway, next few days I am planning on picking up some stuff from the Steam sale, so we'll have some games to play. I know we have till the 5th, but I'm thinking of getting a little bit extra money and kind of pick up a few I've been looking at. They won't be long-term games, but I don't know. Or maybe not, if you guys aren't interested. That's fine. Now I'm certain you guys aren't listening. That's fine. It's still going. Oops. I'm not minding anything. I already knew you guys weren't listening. It was fine. It was a scraps meal kind of thing. It was decent. Yeah, you know, you scrape together everything you got in general. I said scraps. I don't specifically mean like that. I mean like leftovers. No, it was a leftovers night so that we could kind of empty the fridge. Alright, should be 5 back, right? I ended up eating some leftover mac and cheese that I made the other day. And some other stuff. Did I do this in the wrong spot? Yeah, I totally did. Okay, I don't know if you'd say that to the one that I was talking about. Mine was like... Because, like, I had some leftover cheddar cheese, for example. So it was basically kind of like making that all together, because I didn't end up making beer cheese soup again, so I just was, so I had some cheddar cheese that was supposed to go to that, but I didn't, and a couple other things. And we just basically got some noodles and made some mac and cheese from it. But it's it was a couple days old at this point, so it needed eating. That's how it goes. I did not mind me eating what I had made. It just ended up being a lot. Actually, did I do that right? I think I did. I'm not sure. Whatever. I mean, yes, I shared. That's why there was only a small. Like, it was a huge amount of mac and cheese, to be clear. That we've gone through over the last several days. I mostly was the one because I'm. But it was like 2 pounds of pasta. And 1 pound, like a fold. And 2 pounds of cheese. Yeah, there wasn't much left at that point. So I finished it off. Like I said, making room. So I was pretty happy the other day. I found sausages at the store, or oh yeah, sausages made by their brand to get for bacon. And the ingredients were good. I mean, their white cheddar bacon was the flavor I picked, but I was like, when did the... It's like, I think Wright is the name of the brand? WRIGHT. Like, I like the bacon because it's a nice thick bacon. Heavy amount of fat. I like a fattier, thicker bacon, to be clear. Fair enough. But for me, I was mostly happy because the ingredients weren't half bad for sausage, so I was just like, yeah. Hello, baby. Hello, how are you? Yeah, well, that's because you're not allergic, to be fair. It's not because I want to be looking at ingredients. I'd much rather not have to think about it. Sorry, I know it's a you. I realized I said it wrong, that's why I was, like, trying not to... I was like, wait. I'm glad you're doing good. Okay. I mean, as you can see, we are working on our Minecraft world. I like the music. It's copyright free, and yes, it's epic as all get out, but it's amazing. The artist's name is Uther Riley. I absolutely recommend their music. And yes, almost every one of those songs sounds like it's epic to just point of, yeah. But I like that. I like that as a style I like to do. And listen to on normal anyway, so for me, it worked out quite well. Mm-hmm. Either like, or it's like this is the other side of it. But yeah, a lot of it is just like epic. And the other half is just this epic in a different way. But I found them while using a music service a couple, well, now it's like over a year now ago, because I don't use that music service anymore. And like I was, I will be going back and forth between that area. Yeah, no, we don't use Pretzel for like using for music. That they've got the issues. But basically, this is my main area, as I was saying before. I go back and forth from the Christmas area. The thing is, I wish I could recommend them as a music service because they were so decent for a while, or they were relatively decent. But then it's just like, in the end, no. But yeah, so basically I go back and forth from the Christmas area. Or that's what my plan is, but for like, for my everyday stuff, this is my world. My, it's not my fault that's the name of the music service. Nice. Shrimp is always good. Eventually, I want this to look super duper cool. Oh yeah, also, I guess, I don't know if you saw last time either. Here, I'll show you real quick. So just understand why it's like, yeah, I've got so many areas. I'm not allergic to shellfish, no. Yeah, this is my normal one. Like I said, the other one was thrown together for Christmas. This is my, I don't know. I don't think anyone in my family is. Let's see. And then this is project number 3. Isn't it amazing? So I'm allergic to corn and strawberries. And I have issues with pineapple. And aloe. Yeah. He's somewhere. I don't know where he is. I could hear him having the zoomies a little bit earlier out in the hall area. Because my sister was walking around. I think her cat had needed something. I could do I could do pineapple on pizza. I just can't really do it any other way. Overall, it has to be baked though. So ironically, yes, I like pineapple on pizza, but it's one of the other places I can have pineapples. Okay. I don't know where my cat is though. I need to figure out where he is. Yeah. hiding, being sneaky. But I can do a little bit extra. I think it was, yeah. I mean, redeem, yes. It was the first sit-ups redeem, I'm pretty sure. I can still do some pineapple crisp. It's just not a whole lot because it messes up my stomach. Makes me feel sick. Up, Caddy has come. He sensed a disturbance in the force. And no, I'm not kidding. He's literally sitting in front of me. Yeah. Depending on what day it was, I probably would have been kind of annoyed. But mostly because of like all the Christmas shopping and everything. Messing up my foot. No, he's here for hugs because I haven't given him the sweater. Because he took off his sweater, which is fine. But it's such a pain. Yep. I can't even do anything right now. He came for hugs specifically. Oh, I'm giving him hugs. That's why I'm not doing anything. He's literally in my arms. Want to say hello? Nope. Well, I mean, you can hear, like, the mic moving, I guess, from him. He is so snuggly, but he did get some snuggles earlier, although, to be fair to him, fair enough. Well, if I sound like I'm getting further away, it's the mic moving, because he's feeling, jealous. Alrighty, I hope you have a good evening, Ayub. The kitty cat. There you go. He is a sweetie. He is a snuggly boy. He is pushing the mouse. I am so glad that I am not playing right now. Back off the screen. Yep. He is green with envy that I don't love him as much, even though I totally do. I can see the mic as well. Probably there's a cat in my way. Alright. I'm gonna give him an extra minute and then I'm gonna put him down because he doesn't. I know that he's a rough edge. He rough the atlas. He most likely also annoyed Mom as well. I could hear him. I could hear him being cray. Cray cat. Anyway, at some point we do also need to work on this as well, but what do we have time? Yeah, we can make it back up. Fluffy cat, fluff, please do not turn off the computer. And please don't get in the way of the fan either. We need that. Yeah. He's recently been into the concept of just headbutting until I pet him. And, like, because he realized he can get his little head under my... Yeah. See, you can see where he's, like, moving in. But I just suddenly look some random direction. Or pause. Do you need a scritch? Do you need a scritch behind your ears? Is this what you need? Yeah, is that what you needed? Were you itchy? Itchy boy, itchy boy, itchy boy. Yeah. Now, if you go now, when I'm done streaming, I will give you brushies. Yeah. Don't make you go away now. For now. He's like, I don't care. I want hugs now. Then you won't get brushies later and you'll be sad. He likes being brushed. He absolutely adores it because he hits the worst hairballs. When he's not. Well, I mean, he's obviously put it together that when he gets brushed more often, he doesn't have as many hairballs. Got enough brain to realize that. Plus, it just feels good to him. And, you know, it means I'm giving him attention, which he likes, because, you know, he is a very... Especially since he can't really interact with his sisters, because, like I've said before, they kind of hate each other now. He's had for 2 years. He takes all attention and validation, and one of the best ways for me to make him feel like he's loved and has attention is to give him brushes. He knows that basically one of our cats, she's a little shadow, right? She's a little black shadow of a cat. And one day she just basically ran by. He reacted. The other girls reacted badly. And you know, they chased him to and could have, and well, basically he was not safe, and that's kind of where his take. He's kind of afraid of them. And every time we have tried to reintegrate them, it just hasn't worked out. So basically he lives in my room when he isn't free with me or in general. Or if he wants to be like out with family kind of thing, he has to be in his crate because he really can't be free. Because whether it's him who initiates or it's one of them, it ends with like violence. At this point, we're looking into getting. We've learned about the kitty helmet. Yeah, bloodshed of cats, bloodshed of us. Yes, but we've learned of you know, kitty booties. And at some point, what we're thinking we want to do someday is try and get the space helmet, right? Oh, totally. But if we could get that, we wanted to just let them like fight it out with the little booties and the space helmets. So they can't bite or scratch each other or anything. Get their aggression and integrate their pack, all that. The biggest reason why we hadn't done it before at this point is we just didn't know it existed. And like I said, we have tried. We really have. And as far as we can figure, it's because the cat that should have been our dominant cat, Because, you know, you have where certain cats are more dominant and other cats are not, right? She ended up, because we, basically kept her from being able to be that, so she's not as confident. It wasn't on purpose or anything, it was just like we couldn't have her just completely stealing the other's food. But basically, one of our other cats, the hedge cat, defends brave leader, who isn't that brave, to death, and so he, yeah, him. No, Hedgecat is definitely not the leader. She sees herself as second in command if you look at things. Anyway, point being, obviously he's a male cat. He's also the runt, so it's just like there's all kinds of things and lots of research done on it. But it is frustrating because before she decided that he's a threat, Hedgecat was his best friend isn't the best way to put it, but they hung out together, typically. Yeah, there is. As far as like, with what I've done, so much research on, he was trying to be a more dominant cat, right? And usually that was fine, but basically, it just all came tumbling down. Anyway, as I said, the biggest problem is that because they're cats, they have, well, claws. Got murder mittens. They've got a mouthful of sharp things. So it's not exactly easy to kind of resolve that kind of thing. Yep. They are built as a terrifying kind of thing. And yeah, he at first we thought it was like more fear-based. The thing that's worked the best overall is basically by separating their food. I end up freezing, which is not an acceptable way to do it. I need to get better about, like, although I mostly just have kept them separate. My mom is usually the one to separate them. Or has been. Or little bro. But, yeah. Effectively, the real answer is you just have to figure out some way. And the best thing that's worked effectively is, no, they have different schedules. Zebuna, he'd be free at night. He gets a little bit of time during the day. In all honesty, I probably, if I wasn't feeling, this last couple of weeks I've been letting him, not months. But I do think I'm going to probably keep him more contained in the evenings again. Hopefully not this way. I want to just kind of get him more chill again, though. But basically, being willing to sit behind me while I'm streaming. And having knowledge that if he gets too rambunctious, he gets a little time in his safety crate. It's a safe place. Because he gets... The thing is, he gets... You can't go up there. It's been blocked. What you gonna do? Don't you do that. No. Yeah. But like for a moment, like right now, where he's trying to go either up or turn off the computer, I probably will start giving him a little... But what I really need is I need something in here that he can play with. That I can just keep him happy. But unfortunately, any and every toy that I've tried for him ended up not really... How's that, he doesn't like... He likes his toys like short term, but very few has he actually enjoyed longer term. As anything other than to snuggle in his crate. Like, and this is the thing, this is where I'm gonna explain this. His crate has like 10 toys in it that he uses for snuggling and cuddling when he's in there. And all his favorite pillows and blinkies and things. It's quite literally a nest. Yeah, around 10. Yep. I'm guesstimating. From things he's stolen from me, from things he's just claimed, to things that I'm not sure where the heck. He has them. He keeps them in there. Heck, he's already happily got his, I mean, I did put it in there, but he normally would, like, bat it back out if he doesn't want it in there. But his Christmas present's already in there. Well, I mean, that was something I didn't necessarily want. A couple Christmases ago, I got an owl stuffed animal. I mean, I didn't mind it, but it was like, yeah, it's nice. He was absolutely enamored by it. And to this day, and this is like a decent sized one too, mind you. I mean, it's not huge, but he sleeps on it as a pillow in his crib. Basically, if he does end up like, and this is something I mean I find crazy, like when he is in there, if I'm not fast enough and he's basically got to throw up, and I try to get him out, like if I don't care, I'm gonna get him out of there if he's just give him a little bit of time. Because again, I can't just... He does not want to stay in my room if I'm not in my room. Well, even if I'm in my room. When he wants something, like TV, because he likes TV, and like I said, I can't... I don't know how to explain it. Quit being... rushing. And what he does is he will literally make sure he doesn't, like, he will make it so that he pukes on none of his favorite stuff. He protects all his stuff, and yeah. That's all I'm really saying. Even when he's like just, and he does sleep in there, okay? He sleeps in there, in my room, because it'll be just open to him. This isn't like this is we're forcing him to be in there kind of thing, or just forcing him. He doesn't like it, da da da. He does like the space. He does like sleeping in there. Which is insane, because, you know, he'll have all these different areas he can sleep in my room. I've given him so many little beds and everything. But, yeah, no, he will protect his stuff, because it's all his precious stuff. Including, I think he has stuff he's stolen from his sisters. Yep, exactly. That's why he's a little dragon on my thing. He steals things and hoards it. Yeah. He loves having, and he does love being with all his cuddlies. He likes shiny stuff too, but he's not allowed to keep the shiny stuff because that will get him, and we don't want him to swallow it. He does love his fluffy stuff. Yeah, because he'd steal the sheep to snuggle. He'd sleep on it. He'd love it. And then not understand why it won't move. I think that's one thing I've learned with cats, actually having them. Is that, well, sometimes cats... Well, actually, in reality, it's more like... Whereas, like, if he was actually trying to kill it, he wouldn't be able to. Like, that's the thing. Like, I know it's supposed to be the whole, oh, cats are playing with their food, right? But if you actually watch a cat try to kill something, they'll try to squash down with their paw, right? Like, squash. And nothing happens. Because they can't squash anything. They can't, like, actually destroy anything that way. They have to use their mouth or their claws. Or it just can escape. Because they have no pressure. They don't have the ability to do that. So it's kind of fascinating. So, like, they get, like, straight up frustrated. Because they'll try to kill something, right? Like a bug or whatever. And so, yeah, you watch, they try to bat it, they try to stomp on it, they try to... But with the way cat paws are designed, I just don't think that I really am left with, they just kind of can't. Unless they manage to either catch it with their mouth, or get lucky with their claws. Kind of amazing. They're toe beans. They're toe beans. Just, they can't. It's adorable. It's sad. I don't know if you've ever seen, like... I can't try to do something like that. But, I mean, I really am left with the amount of pressure they're able to put down is... kind of sad. Actually, I want one more here. And no, I'm not just saying, oh, poor cat, like that. I'm saying it's like... It's... really is rather sad to just kind of watch them try and get something. And then watch it walk through their toes. I'm serious. Realistically, there's so many things that my cat has tried to kill and then get frustrated because he can't. Because he wants to press down on it. A good example is like little bugs, like gnats and stuff, right? A mosquito. And literally he'll press down and then watch it walk through his paws. And then try again. To be clear, I think he would kill it if he could. And when he finally does succeed, usually with his mouth, it's not really him, it's more like one of his sisters that's decent at it. So I'm not like just saying, oh, it's poor, pathetic cat. They're more sweet or anything like that. I'm saying, oh yeah, I do think he absolutely would if he could. That's why I don't think he can. Because I think if he could, he would. So yeah, that's my explanation. It's not that I'm saying like, oh, he's so sweet. He couldn't harm a fly. I was saying, oh yeah, he could, but he doesn't know how to actually do it. Trying to decide how I want to handle the next level up. If I want to do a third one or not. And I kind of like the idea of having... this here more like this. It's obviously something you wouldn't see. Yeah, I think I like that better because I think it just looks nicer. Anyway, like I said, it's not that I think that my cat would not be violent. I do think he would if he could. On bugs and stuff. But I just think it's... Cats just aren't designed that way. Cats are designed to scratch, to claw, or to claw, to bite. But if I had to guess, it's probably because they learned from people. So I don't think like cats in the wild have the same issues, but like domesticated cats definitely do. Have more of one at least. Back one. I think this is... But I do find it kind of sad. But you know, I mean, they learn from their people. They go, oh, person does it this way. It must be that way. It's not that way. You know, ironically, this building looks so similar to that one, but it's not the same at all. Alright. Doesn't it just kind of feel more like kind of what I'm trying to go for? Alright, so then we would put one here potentially and one here, I think. I could do the same thing on that side as well. You wouldn't see it on the other side, but this is a good way to kind of create that concept. Yeah, it's fine. And do the same thing as well. I want it to feel more, like, it feels like it should be right, but something is wrong. Like, the architecture is slightly off. Because obviously it's supposed to be that they're copying it. But... what everything else around here is like, even though in reality for them, it's not conducive to their own style, because their actual buildings are over there, but for like in the city, this is this. Not plagiarism, more like... do I do them here as well? Like one here as well? Could look good that way. So just match. But I mean, because their actual style is more in line with... like that stuff over there. But it's just like... you have a certain expectation in a city for how a building's meant to look. So I just kind of think that having it be that is how that would look. And then I'm gonna be like, yeah, of course that's how it is. It works for me. I am gonna need to. And so they're not like stealing someone else's design or anything. They're still making it more wholly their own. But with all the other buildings around it being these boxy buildings that are on the ground. At least to me, I think that the logic being that that's how that works out. I did that right. Yay. I don't know. I need to make some... this depends on what the floor will look like. I should be getting close to being done. Yeah. Well, that figures itself out. Let's go kill some chickens. Chickens. Anyway, what do you guys want me to do tomorrow, by the way? We'll have you guys still here. I have a sneaky suspicion he's not around anymore. Oh, I could be wrong. Or rather, lurking now, so not like... What's this like? Chris is here, Chris can make a decision. If Chris is not here... Well, Chris has to deal with whatever decision gets made. Even if it's something like Chris meant. You know, Suna would just decide no stream. He just gets all the hugs said. I think that's all good now. Yeah. And let me finish getting these all sorted. And then let me collect some chicken. Boom. Oh, good. And I can get this all cooking in before it switches, so it's all fine and dandy. I seriously hear a zombie, but I'm not sure where. Yeah, I definitely hear one. I think there might be a zombie upstairs, maybe? Like, where am I hearing him? Yeah, I see you. You're normal. Like, oh. That's awkward. Sorry, buddy. I mean, he wasn't gonna live long term anyway. See, my biggest frustration is I'd like to just kind of... Yeah, for now we're gonna stick these in here. And then we can put the chicken in. Because, well, I definitely do want it to cook. I want to get the metal items through, because I'm kind of... I'm just trying to kind of, sort of get that through. I'll come back in a minute so I can switch it out, but... yeah. I'm not even sure, like, how that guy spawned. Very odd. At some point, I do need to let those guys have, attacking me, but I don't have a shield. I probably need to get a shield or two. I mean, I don't really need a shield. I need a, I just need to do the trapdoor method, but I have to be willing to sit around for like 10 minutes. Or 15 minutes, rather. So I've done the math, and that's how long I gotta kind of chill. Doing it one at a time, kind of thing. I mean, if you guys don't mind at some point, maybe, like, if it knows something new. Good. Again. Wait. Uh-huh. It tells me, because I'd just be sitting there doing nothing, waiting for them to finish shooting their bows and breaking them. I honestly... Yeah, something I should probably do, maybe. Because I think it would probably be worthwhile now that I think about it. Maybe we should have a berry bush farm here as well. In one of these buildings that's going to be over here. Or maybe, like, one of this one? So, like, this one's creepers, right? Also, getting rid of the guy in the boat probably helps a little bit with spot rates. Crazy. You know, this is how we know we've actually managed to light up so much more. This is just me being in the area. Why is there one up there? I mean, obviously we already had that one, but that's a lot. And for the other time between the first one filling and that one is a lot less between the starting. Although again, I really would like something that will let me... You know what? I've just thought of the most OP mod because they never do it in vanilla. It's someone to do with the flare. It would be so laggy and so bad, but it'd be so funny. Yes. No, well, here's what I was gonna say. So what you do, so if you were to, like, make, like, you know, like a glare mod, like, oh, for if they were to do it, what they should do, even though obviously they would never do this. So what you do is you would say, you designated a chunk. You'd have the chunk be, like, this chunk is whatever. And you have an item within, like, the range of the chunk. Right? Or 2 chunks or whatever. But where you just kind of go... Oops, wrong one. No, it was this one. Okay. So, like, you have a chunk here. You put an item in the middle of the chunk, right? Now, within this chunk, and then you give... And on top of it, you place, like, a chest full of, torches or whatever. So what you have happen is that the glare picks up the torches. Within the region that you have, however... No, let me explain. Let me finish. You've designated, right? It goes down and it has, like, spectate mode kind of thing, effectively, but it's able to place things. And every time it finds an area that's, like, level 0, it places a torch. I also think it should have more in-game materials to it, but, like, especially, like, if it was something like Theopolis, right? Not Theopolis, but if they were to do something like Stoneblock or Caveopolis or whatever, I feel like that'd be a fun idea to kind of have, is that idea that you can just light it all up. Whether it be nether materials or end materials or whatever, or some alternate dimension kind of thing, and then you have it just like do that. Yeah, I think an end material to do something like that, and that's where I would say, like, to vanilla. I think it gives a reason to go to the end again. Notice maybe you have to fight boss. Also, welcome back, Chris. It gives you something you gotta fight and all that. Or whatever. It gives you some reason to try and do it. Maybe it's something found somewhere. Ancient lab, blah, blah, blah. That's how you do it. Okay, so in the end, you create a new structure, right? The new structure is called Ancient Laboratory, or whatever. Something along that lines. Made of a new material. A couple of different materials that you don't have currently because, well, they don't exist in the end. But then basically what you can find in this are a few different types of things, whether it be seeds or something that allows you to make this new material, right, for the walls, and the ability to make this thing that lets you just light up an area like that. But, like I said, it's not you just place down the mega torch and then it's like, I don't know how many, like, chunks around it are lit up or whatever. It's instead that basically within that chunk, you have something like a glare or something just goes down and lights each spot. And then you have to pick it up manually and then place it in each spot. It's annoying, it's slow going, whereas the little creature will come back up and be like, I'll tell you, there's no spots. Voila. But again, it's not something that's really... It's something that I think would be fun to have kind of end game. Again, once you're not really dying to these things over and over and over again, right? You still have to gather up the materials to have all the torches to do that. You still have to do... This just lets you have a... Once you've done that, it just lets you light it up. So that you don't have to go through and be like, okay, have I missed a cave here? Have I missed a cave here? Have I missed a dark spot here? Because at that point, once you've gone to the end, there's not much else other than, like, the Wither, but the Wither isn't going to be affected by light levels in that way, so... Yeah, there's not much point in trying to have this, oh, you're fighting mid-tier mobs to just light up an area. And here's the thing, you can even have it be that it's something that specifically would drop from something like a boss that you find in this area. Or you can have something akin to the Warden, but always out, right? That makes it more difficult for you to be able to, or here's a third way to handle it. Better traps. So, like, have inversion traps. They have a higher chance, like, they have a different way of going off, like, they're plant traps. Again, Note, overall, you don't have this all over the place, right? The end remains dead and alone, right? But within this building in which all these things you can find, that's where you can have like a plant trap that comes out or something along those lines. And here's how it fits within their current philosophy. If you don't go in the building, nothing's going to happen to you, right? So therefore, ta-da, it even fits within their current idea of the whole you affect it, right? It has to be your decisions that cause it. Like, if you die in there, it's your own choices that led you there. And like I said, I don't think it needs to be an OP weapon. I really do think something that just lets you skip a couple steps, right? Once you've made it to the end, you've made it to the end cities, you're getting elytra, whatever. In fact, you can even have a few different kinds of things in there to find. Maybe you can make faster rail carts with it. Maybe, like, just kind of give some variety to the kinds of things that you get from it that allows for different things. Maybe some of these different ideas people have had over the years, or that they've kind of, like, thought about but they haven't really done anything with. It would be a good way to kind of have, and it would be an end update. It wouldn't be anything crazy. It would be a structure, but basically the structure can have a bunch of things that affect the overworld, because you can't do it in the end. The only thing that maybe you can have grow in the end is the plant trap. Because it's been specifically bred to do that, much like a chorus fruit. But that it doesn't really thrive there and you can't grow more, it's just that if you place it down, it doesn't wither up immediately kind of idea. Like, you can place it on endstone. What? Yeah, I guess, yeah. Then the dragon heads can be given to use as well, yeah. With it. You know, maybe that's what you do. But I just think something like that, because I feel like if you want to have an end update, right? But you don't want the end to become more vibrant like the Nether, then the answer is that you introduce new structures to the end. These new structures adding things that you can add outside of the end, but that you cannot add within the end. That is the best answer I can come up with. And the best part is, you can see how they would look because the structures can be made of those materials so that you'll know what you're looking at. Plus, you can make them semi-useful as well. Maybe there's something that allows you to concoct enderite, right? Maybe it's something akin to lava that you can put on the whole dripstone farm. Yes, yes. Or it's something that, again, it's found in a structure, but maybe there's a way to, you know, it's just like netherite and just occasionally found in places. But I think the concept of, well, netherite coming from ancient scrap, you could really double or triple down on this in the end and have it be something that you find in structures. Have the structures be not too common, but I feel like maybe a little bit more common than, like, specifically in cities that have the ship. Not all in cities, but more in cities that have the elytra ship. Have it just slightly more common than that. Like I said, most of the things that would be in it would be things that are just like maybe plants or whatever. It's a good way to introduce the concept of things that maybe could grow in the overworld, but don't. You know? That's kind of where I go with it. I think for an update, for an end update, that's the best way to have everybody be happy. Because then it has plants, right? That way you can get like your saplings or whatever for the trees. But the saplings cannot be grown in the end. And don't just show up as forests or whatever. I think that is the best way to balance it. Instead of adding a whole bunch of biomes or whatever, I think adding a few different kinds of structures would be the best way to handle it. Some variety. Not just in cities, but in laboratories or in whatever. Or you can even have, if you want, like another thing you can do is you can create a type of Enderman you can interact with. Not like normal Enderman, but something that's maybe a bit more kind of short and stubby, but not as not like a you know, like somewhere in between. That can be more like a wandering merchant, but maybe more permanent, where they switch their stuff, but they will trade. But give it a material that you have like very small amounts of, not like if you want to have like basically they'll trade for materials. So whereas in the Nether, obviously the Nether pigs are just very obsessed with gold, right? Or the piglins have this thing that exists in the end be far more intelligent, but basically they'll trade specific types of minerals for specific things. It's like, hey, maybe they'll trade another sword because they somehow got one. But you have to spend a bucket load of diamonds or even like just another scrap, so it's like you're basically giving them more than they're giving you, but you're not having to either do the gold or have to like, I don't know, it just is. Or maybe it has a unique enchantment on it that they have, and that's why you're willing to give the shell out, right? But that's another way to handle it. I think things like that, again though, like give it a structure, have it be more akin to the Wandering Trader in that it's stock will always change. It doesn't just stay. If it's possible to do that. I don't know if it is. But like if it sells a mending book, it might be, oh my goodness, this is such a great thing. It's like I can buy a mending book for like a piece of copper, right? But that doesn't guarantee that when it switches its trade, that it will be a mending book for a piece of copper. See? No, because you actually get to choose from the selection. It's a nice in-between of the villagers of the overworld versus the piglins of the Nether. And it's a... But the thing is, like, the material to the thing, that will just be determined as is, so... And then it's a good way to fit in some lore. After all, there's not really any minerals in the end, right? So a piece of copper to an Enderman might be worth quite a nice amount, or whatever this thing is. Endarian, or whatever. The Man-Ender. Again, I don't think it's more akin, because the thing is, like I said, Ender Eyes would not be valuable to, actually, yeah, So they would be a good source if you want to buy Ender Heights. But again, you're in the end, so I mean... But I think that they would be like the rarest type of structure. Very, very rare to find. Kind of like finding a witch hut. But in this case, it's a semi-friendly mod. Obviously you can't look at the guy, you know, his face, or he will still flip out anyway. Making it more difficult to, like, interact with him. I don't know. I just think it'd be an interesting thing to do in the end. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, a map in the ship. It gives a better reason to have than just going for Elytra. Or you could even have where this guy has a chance to sell Elytra. Or a Elytra template that you can then use to duplicate and have that. Actually, that'd be pretty cool. So basically, like, if you have an Elytra template, you can take, I don't know, a piece of chainmail armor, maybe, specifically, and combine it with the, Phantom Membranes, and make an Elytra out of it. Which makes it a lot easier to get an Elytra on a server. But at the same time, it can be difficult. So it can have like a little bit of difficulty and also just easy. See what I mean? It's a nice kind of way to mitigate servers. So I'm also thinking multiplayer, I'm not just thinking single player. But things like that. I feel like something... And again, the biggest reason why is I feel like once you get to the end, there's nothing. I think either having bosses you can find in the end that's not just you know, these guys. Or having it be that there's just unique NPCs. I do think having unique NPCs is not a bad thing. Because, I mean, it's a way to kind of handle it. But, yeah, I think having... I keep saying I think. But, I do feel that, as I've said, like, for me, I guess if I want to, like, travel places, ooh, I could get, but, just, I think, not, if they want to have the ability to have different kinds of transport and stuff, I do believe it would behoove them to come up with other areas to find it. But yeah, I do, like, I obviously put a lot of, like, different kinds of spots and stuff to it, but I think at the end of the day, the best way to handle the end is that way. It's just that you have structures that can possibly get you something that could be more considered overpowered. More in-the-game style. Because once you go to the end, really. But I don't think it should be anything that specifically affects, like, PvP or whatever in that way. Because then they'll just continue nerfing it until it's kind of meh. And there's not really much point in using it. Whereas if it was something that, whenever it's something that doesn't necessarily revolve around PvP, it becomes a lot less likely for them to actually nerf it. So that's kind of where I go. I'd like something that lets me light up the area. But again, I'm not like saying I want it to be just an item that I can put down and voila. I just get to have free reign over several chunks and da-da-da, and there's no, like, ever anything else to it. I don't think Glowstone's ever been nerfed. That I can think of anyway. But I just feel like... Yeah. As far as, like, glowing and stuff and all that, I do... The farther I kind of... Or the more I play, the more I'm left with, I do... That's true, they could have levels light, but again, I'm more saying, like, the ability to not have to F3, just kind of have a little fun with it. Especially since, as somebody who started as a Bedrock player, I do feel like having something that allows for that would be nice. Sure, you have to go to the end to get it, but... Like... So? Is that really gonna stop... Or make it less, fun? You know? Is that gonna make it more... I think that's where I go now. Is I look at it and I go, would this be worse to have this exist? If the answer is no, I think it's not the end of the world to think about. No, you don't have to agree with me. Because that's not my point. My point is more along the lines of it's just... Well, yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'm just crazy. But I think that's kind of where I end up going. I end up going, once it's endgame, I think it's okay to have it be a little bit more OP. It's not the end of the world. Thanks. But yeah, I look and I go, what really is gonna make this the end of the world kind of. Anyway. And here's the thing, it doesn't have to be anything amazing, it doesn't have to be anything grand either. Have the... If you want to have it be something that's more useless, just have it be... That's how you get this unique types of wood and stuff, is that you get it from this structure. But you still are getting it from the end, but... You don't have to completely change the environment to do so. If that's not what they want. Effectively allows for more options. Which, I suppose is the way I kind of look at it as, I mean, why not? And I do think the things that are, yeah, you can say it's overpowered. I don't think that's the end of the world to go and try to think about it, but think about it before you add it, kind of thing. I don't think changing things once it's in the game is really that great of an idea. All it does is divide your player base. And even then, a lot of the time, nerfing something isn't necessarily going to make the gameplay better. Yeah, I could see that happening at some point. Anyway, but like... I do feel to some extent that stylistically, is this actually supposed to be here? I think I was gonna remove this. Yeah. Fine to remove. Gotta remember what's what. This is not okay to remove, but... Anyway, I don't know, I just think... It's that whole thing where I was just left with Netherite was just not OP enough for the ridiculous, the fact that they decided they needed to make it even harder to get. It didn't have enough value to that. Not really. I just think that it's not the end of the world to have strong items. Designed with that specific purpose in mind. I think if you don't want it to be a mid-tier item, that's fine. But I do feel like, what's the point in adding something that becomes clunky at the end of the day? Wait. Yeah, I don't know. And, I mean, let's be real, I'm not a PvPer, so I just don't see much use in the different stuff. I'm not gonna tell you not to enjoy it. If you like the spear, fair enough. Not gonna say how dare you or anything like that, huh? Hmm? The moss? You mean? The carpet? Oh, yeah, there's a spear. See? That's what, Chris wants me to get, even though I'm not. Because it is. They decided they wanted that. I personally feel like, actually right now. Yeah. Because this will go down here. I mean, it's kind of just how it goes. Actually, why am I doing that? I just need a... Realistically speaking, the spear here isn't that great either. I've seen online where, yeah, I can see if I used an elytra, yeah, it might be fun. I don't. For just trying to use, it's not that great. And I suppose as long as you don't try to force me to like it, that's probably fine. Today. You know what they should do? Well, then obviously introduce a wood base. I'm just thinking like a wood based villager. You know he should buy his bone meal. Super good if you have a skeleton farm. Not so great otherwise. Or a moss farm, I suppose. Or maybe he buys bones, you know? That way it's not... Or bone blocks. I think that could be decent. But just something that kind of gives a reason to... potentially kind of... like, kind of... And, like I said, like, he could sell the different kinds... I think wood specifically. Have the villager sell wood. I don't think have him sell, like... the saplings, because that's more the wandering traders kind of deal. But I don't know. I think that'd be a nice way to kind of handle it. Maybe. And I mean, this is more random on Java, but like even you could lean into the concept that maybe he sells, for example, shelves of a random wood type. It doesn't have to necessarily be the same for like the log variant or whatever. So we already got a guy that does that basically. I'm just saying because I feel like I mean yes, like I said, you can make a bone meal farm by having a skeleton spawner or whatever, but it's not like it's that whole thing. Once you're doing that anyway, you're doing that anyway. You also can make an infinite wood farm to get all the sticks you need for a Fletcher. But that's not what I'm suggesting. I'm suggesting it's just kind of a more chill kind of way to handle it. But, like, if you could sell bone meal or bone blocks or even just bones, I just kind of feel like that would be nicer. It'd make more sense than the Fletcher wanting sticks. Oh. Yeah, see, it's a thunderstorm. And you watch the sun disappear, too. Like, I had a good view of the sun disappearing. I think I was fast enough that nothing spawned. Never mind. Oh, I don't see any creepers again. It'd be hilarious if all creeper spawns are being spawned in my creeper farm. And that's no, but I know that's not really the case. I just got lucky. I'm being clear. I'm making a joke, yeah. But like, it'd be funny. Like, oh, the creepers are just in the farm. It's not spawning any others. I know I'm not very funny. Because I explained my own joke, but you guys sometimes think I'm being serious, and I'm not. I'm not. Anyway, but, I don't know. I think having a stone cutter for wood, a wood cutter, I guess. Really, it should be a sawmill, but, you know. I mean, I'm following their logic. Because I don't think it'd be called a stone cutter either. But then you can have either a carpenter or lumberjack or whatever. Villager. And yeah, I think you sell him some form of bone for one of his trades. So that's a worthwhile trade to kind of do. You already have a carpet dude. That's the, that's the shepherd. But I just still feel like there's one that does specifically wood. And I know technically you don't need it, but I don't know, I think it'd be fun. It'd be interesting. It'd be a nice way to kind of have something that's an easy starter farm kind of thing. That isn't a wood farm. Plus, a useful item too. Or heck, maybe they would have the Fletcher no longer sell stick or buy sticks, and instead you have the lumberjack that buys bones, bone blocks, or whatever. It's a relatively easy, but it's slightly less easy, right? Or you lower the chance of getting the stick villager or the stick Fletcher. Because you know there's people who will want that still, so you know. I think I think that would be a fair compromise to some extent, at least. In that the you're not having necessarily where every single villager just is OP, but at the same time, you have a reason to kind of think about getting different kinds of villager, or to do different things. I don't know. I'm someone who likes dealing with villagers. I like giving them villages, other than when I'm doing modded Minecraft, obviously, but that's more because the amount of dangers they're in are just far worse. They're not kidnap all villagers. Every villager in the village up top, quite literally, came from that village. In other words, they are totally not my problem. Or, like, if they were not kidnapped. Alright. Force them either. Other than the ones in the, I'll give you the Fletcher ones. They, are... problematic. I mean, I kind of wish that they weren't. I'm not gonna lie on that one. Like, I don't know why it seems like specifically Fletchers are always so stupid. They really shouldn't be. Alright. Anyway. Yeah, because I'm not gonna go down. Alright. Alright. I see. This is 5 times 5 is 25. Check. Yeah, 5, 25. I need 25 left. It's getting dark. I did fix the light, didn't I? That's good. Yeah, I never got an answer what to do tomorrow. I just realized. Chris came back with Shannon. Yeah, sleep. I left again. I'm not trying to make you. It's probably... Anyway, I'm probably gonna finish soon. I just would like to kinda, sorta... Alright, so we have that like that. I mean, I might want to do a bit more on the outside to just kind of... But I kind of like the idea of having it feel more... There we go. We just chuck dirt in one of these, because I know I, Alright, let's see if I can't get lucky on light. Oh, we got a light. There we go. Nope. No light here. I still grow, try and grow anyway. I think I do. Let's see how far this goes. Oh, we did get lucky. I guess. There is a light up there. There we go. Alright. Oh, I should put these lights in while I'm doing this. Because they do go... I should at least put like 2 of them down. That's what they're gonna look like, is along the side there. Hey, this was lucky. And we say lucky? Alright. There we go. There. Hey, it's starting to kind of look really good. I'll finish like the roof area as well. I got a couple. Alright. I was just gonna remove this. Yeah. There. Right. There. Alright, come on. Yeah, I have two to put on each side. Yes, this one has one more on this side than the other side. Not really sure what I'm gonna do with all this, I mean, I do know I'm gonna wanna add more up top, but I have to make decisions. There we go. Alright. Number 3? Yes, it did, so I can actually match them. Fancy. Alright, so what on this side? Or not. I guess it was the same. No. Yes. I'm very confused. Alright. I'm gonna have to figure out what I want to do to kind of... I think I do want to try and pick a berry farm. And then you could sell 20 berries for... like, an emerald. And mind you, I could do the kelp blocks instead. That's not the end of the world, but I don't know. Berries just seem easier. Fairly low maintenance, all things considered. Yeah, it's actually starting to look pretty well lit up. Now, justification for why I can have a berry farm. My apocalyptic setting here. I just can. I just set it up in a spot that I'm not using. For right now, and then later we just kind of clear it out and move it to a different area that would make more sense. Because I honestly could use some XP from some villagers. So kind of growing a couple of those I think would be nice. I think I have some berries. Alright, but we could just use... Much like I have cacti over here, for the moment I could just set up like... I don't know how many that is. Looks like it's 24. Let me see, do I have any wood that I could just turn into trapdoors? Yeah, that'll do. Yep. That's fine. Let me see if I have any berries. If I do, then I'm gonna just start growing them. As I go along, I'll grow more. And then that way I can kind of start making a potentially tidy little profit. Of berries. Painful. Yeah, I've got a couple. Yeah, I'll take the full 24, and then I will just make myself... you know, this did have a bunch of this before. I haven't dropped anything. Alright. Alright. And boom. There! Now, if I get one berry per bush even, that's an emerald. Hey, look, one's already growing. Alright. Alright, so 1, 2 on this side, and then this should be 1 on this side. So I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That means I need 10. Yeah, I ain't halfway from this, so I need to... Honestly, I need to go down and get more bones. Yeah, we can potentially get what we want out of this. We start unlucky. The next bet is lucky. Ish. I mean, that's pretty lucky here, too. Alright. 3. There. Alright. Let's see. We have halfway there, I think. Yes? Yes. Ooh. Alright. Generally, that's somewhere between 0 and 3 of these things, so you know. You know, here's a funny thought. Imagine basically having the equivalent bone meal. Oh, actually worked out well for us. Oh, that's 4. We're lucky. That has fortune, basically. That's what I was gonna say. No, well, obviously this isn't actually fortune. Alright. I should have enough. I've literally got 2 more than I need. Yeah, I mean, that looks good. Alright. I can't put anything down, I just need to go sleep. I guess we'll do more of this tomorrow since nobody has any specific opinion. Hey, look, we're getting berries. Yeah, that's what that is. Alright. So what I want to do here... Hold this down for the moment. Actually, you know what? I'm going to use this to go and do what I need to do. Over here. Okay. Okay. Alright. Okay. Ba -ba -ba. Okay. I just figured, you know, I have all this wood on me anyway. Might as well get all the way up. So that's pretty perfect. So now we'll be able to do the windows and everything next time. Perfect. Oh, ow. I missed one. I need to go get it. Yeah. I suppose I need to fix the other side as well. Apparently missed a spot here. Suppose I should climb up after figuring out exactly where. Okay, so it's above the second one. Or by second, I mean. Alright, so to match. Ow. I mean, obviously, this is why this is here, I think. Alright, so this goes one away. There'll be two on this side. I definitely think it's like that. Yeah. I actually got it perfect. Alright. So yeah, I can go there, but then on this side, obviously, it'll be, it won't be in the middle, and we'll do it like that. I mean, if you see from the inside, yeah, it's pretty perfect. Alright. Yeah, let's collect all our berries and see what we get. If I go to the other side, I can go to the other side and get them. If it's done like this. That's 30 berries! For the moment, I'm just gonna collect up a whole bunch once I have enough to kind of sell the butcher a little bit. And obviously it's like 20 a piece, so it's not like it's a lot, or easy, but the berries grow pretty quickly. And they're kind of, that's not so bad. Mind you, I've got no, like, foxes or anything either, it's just this. Yeah, I need to just ignore it till I see a whole lot of berries at once and all that, but I am gonna collect, like, if I see, like, all I'm doing it here, like, I'm at 39 now. Because I might as well try to get to the next tier, right? But yeah, I mean, what's that grown? The grown. So I could get 2 emeralds. Not great, mind you, but not bad. So yeah. So now this is up a bit taller as well. I'd like to get up another level next time. I almost want to have it be a full 4. And then, effectively, I know that it's gonna be taller than this building. And it's probably gonna be the tallest building on this side. But I already knew that. Effectively, it's gotta be like that to try and get my nether portal up there. But beyond that, it's for the Nether Embassy, and that kind of needs to be a little bit more Frenchy schmenchy, if you know what I mean. Alright, I need glass. And stuff. But I kind of want to get the initial area done. I don't think I have. I think I left the glass in the Christmas area, and that means I'll probably need to buy more. I do have 4 of these. I could use yellow, but I don't think yellow would work. I do want to use white, so... I think I actually have enough. But that's because it matches the glass in the other section and all that over there, so it's using the same materials. Yeah, glass is perfect. Huh. I thought I was gonna need... Alright, well, let me get the water and the... That's what I meant by this will just go fast once you have it. If I had boxes and, like, a whole thing, I would basically never run out of berries. $19. One away from another 20. Yeah, I'm doing it. Because I feel like, yeah, I'd rather be slightly over than slightly under. For the moment, Alright, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna take these and go just... Yeah. Who knows, maybe next time we'll actually finish that. Or the, oh, I forgot the things I was coming for. Because if I can... Be great. I'll just collect a whole bunch of water and just, yeah. So they'll keep growing. Ignoring temptation to grab. Yes, the water is... I have removed it from here. I think I have to go all the way over to the other... It's not too far, though. It's just not like having to go down, but... Yeah, if I wanted to, I probably would grab kelp. But I don't wanna. Here's our infinite water source. Alright. how many do I need? I need a few. And then I need this, yeah. Ow. I only need one more. All right. Signature. Oh, I did need to. I'll go get another one. Boom. Last one. Alright. Now we have the ability to go up and down and all that. That's all good. Obviously, you go down here, you go up this way. Fair. I mean, I don't want to do another layer around. And maybe do something else in the middle. But I think that'll create like a dynamic here, and then we can have... I think I want to have, even though I'm going to have to do it next time, I think I want glass for the ceiling. The walls, I think the way I want to handle them is I would like for, I'm going to probably do like part of it up, but then I'll do glass in the top part as well. I like the idea of kind of bringing in a little bit more the glass work kind of thing. Alright, here I'm going to grab a bunch of berries. Like I said, I think this is how I'm going to try and work on getting some emeralds. Without, like, using any durability on my tools. So, I now have the ability to sell a total of 100 berries, I think. There. 100 berries is pretty good. I mean, I know it's like 5 emeralds, but that's 5 emeralds worth. That's the master, so that's like that's a good amount of XP I get. And now I just have to get the butcher ups, or my butchers up to that level, but I think that's not going to be the end of the world. I probably will. I'll look at what the other guy I think the other guy wants pork. Alright, I'm gonna like focus on that, but alright, so I'm gonna do like that, then I wanna have like that. I've got a little bit of time, let me go do this. I mean, I'm not going all the way up. I'm not gonna finish this here, but yeah. Yeah, because this comes out the extra one, but it actually goes back the other. So that works here. I'll probably even do something on the top here to kind of represent up and down. Alright. Alright, I know I'm gonna need more than this. I'm just kind of trying to go through bit by bit. Come on, one more grow. Because then I could have just... What's insane is that one berry bush has not grown. I need one more, but there we go, there we go, there we go. Actually got two more. Three. Put two towards the next one. It's just that I hit 19 and I'm like, ah, but 20. I'm not touching though, I'm not touchy. No touchy till there's like 5 or 6. Grab them all. I definitely don't have enough. Hello, Knight. How are you? It's been fine. Glad to hear you're doing good. I need 6 here. I think I'm gonna do 7 for 1, and then... Complain. Alright. Actually, I only wanted to do 3 now that I think about it. Oh well. Or 4. I'll use the extras elsewhere, it's fine. There. Alright. Let's grab some of this. I'm gonna do this here. I do think I want to cover the back wall, not because it's like anything like ooh, but just the back wall is basically just kind of meh. Not that important. Yeah, that's what I could use these for. By having this like this. Nah. Doesn't really look that great, does it? I think I'm gonna put this here, here, and here. Let's see here. Yeah. Because then it's a, it doesn't feel as odd. I guess. So I could put this, like, up here as well. Yeah, I do. Hmm. No. And then just have that be like that on this one. There. So when you go down versus and go up that way, there's just kind of something there. Alright, oh, what do you think of this building? Does it feel like it's a different type of building? Or like it could be from something else? Not completely done. I gotta add the wool. Where'd it go? I mean... Oh, okay. That is definitely not what I was going for. No. I will put something here, though. It's not as high. Actually, you know what? I don't want these. Put ones on the edges. I mean, this does feel weird, but it's done that way on purpose, so that's why it's like that. So... And there'll be glass on the roof as well. So concept-wise, much like this building that obviously got built above, right? Or at some point. Or rather, some of the other buildings. This building is also meant to be a building that was built after. To replace the building that was there. Give me a second, I need to sleep, and then... Once I show you what the concept is, I think you'll get it. I don't know. First, though, I need to grab berries, because I'm gathering up berries to sell to the butcher. I don't remember if I can yet, but if I can... If I can't, I'm gonna level up the guy till I can. Just explain what I'm doing here. Because that way I can... get XP. That's basically 2 emeralds of a master class. Anyway, so... I guess before I explain it, I want to see if I give you some hints if you'll get it. So, for a hint, look at the color scheme and the block and kind of the way it is shaped. That is the hint. We'll see if you can kind of figure from that. I will actually explain it because it's... So I'll do these along the side. With what I've built in this world, I know it's been a while. That's why I'm gonna say I will kind of show you. See if you can understand what to do. Start here. What you got? Nothing crazy. It's just water. Let's just... wait here a second. Yes, he's spawned there. But no clue still? Like, no idea of what it could be? So, alright. The gas stable, right? People who own the stable would want to set up a business within the city. Of some kind, for transportation and stuff. Because obviously to interact with people, they're not going to go all the way out to the stable just to interact with you. Yes. But obviously because they're not, their towns and cities are very different, more akin to the gas stable. Huh? No, I already have one here, remember? But my idea is to have a business within the city that they would eventually try to set up, kind of thing. So the way it works, or the way they've done this, basically, is they basically kind of tried to copy the style of some of the buildings around them, but because that just doesn't really work as a logic to them, it's done in this style instead, as you can see here, where it's open on the bottom and stuff. Because this isn't their buildings, this is just the bottom. You might add a few things down here, but overall, nothing crazy, because they're more used to living or having a building to use up here. In fact, I'm going to use the white glass on all sides here, including the ceiling, because that is what they would logic makes sense. That is my explanation. And in fact, at some point, I'm probably going to go up to... what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to make an extra layer, and then the glasses within that, effectively, if you will. The way it would be done. But the idea would be that that's what they've done, you know? That's how they've built in the city. The style doesn't look right to you because it's not. It's not akin to what they're used to. They're just doing it because this is effectively a combination of what they're used to or what they think of as a building versus the cities and the buildings in town. Trying to kind of take on styles and stuff. After all, look, most of them are much more boxy. They aren't very fluid. They aren't very... They do not stand like 20 feet off the ground for gas. So that is kind of where I'm logicking it. It's not like I'm just going, oh, but they wouldn't be able to understand. I'm just saying it just wouldn't be comfortable style-wise for them to be like that. I don't think that they would actually sleep here or anything. I think they go back to their gas and their stable. But I do think that they would try to have a building. Maybe you have like one dude who sleeps on a couch over here, right? But they just would not be very comfortable on the ground. Because that's not how they lived. I have like an actual logic to it. It's not just, oh... funky design, because, you know, if it was an older building, it would be a garage. In fact, the argument I would have there is that that's what they would maybe partially have based it off of design-wise, because such a building makes sense. After all, it's open on the bottom. The concept that it'd be to roll a car in or something, not to actually stay in, would be strange. leave it alone for now. But like I said, it's not that it's just, I'm not like just going out of my way going, oh, it's meant to be, I really truly am trying to kind of make it fit within the concept of the world. So in the case of a group of people who would absolutely live in the air because they live with their gas, they wouldn't want to be on the ground or have ground floors or stuff. Yes, they would. If it was actually a garage. Remember, it's not. It's their interpretation of a garage. It's the closest to... I'll go back over there so you can look at the... So you can really, like, understand, like, what they would be living in. Again, because obviously you've forgotten. It's been a while. But yeah, there's reason. The reason is that you don't have a ground. You don't have... not necessarily. Obviously, the people who ride the gas, once they get a stable built out there eventually, would potentially know and maybe bring news back and forth, but overall, no. As both... I mean, I guess the Christmas Village... news of it back and forth, but the thing is with the Christmas Village is they're very, like, close-knit and stuff, right? Community don't really want to go out and about. So for them, a place like the city, they might hear of it, but concept-wise, it's kind of insane. And vice versa. Why would you want to live out where the bad things can get you when you could live not safe, but have a chance at safety? Because that would be their lives. So I would say yes, they would know of each other, if... in the sense that, you know, gas delivery news. But I would not say that they know each other, I guess. Like, they don't, like, travel between. But here, I will go remind you what it looks like over at the gas stable. And why they would not feel as comfortable... Actually, I should go up over on the ground. And remember... yeah. Remember, it is also very far away from each other. And transportation-wise, there's not a lot of transportation that would be safe, if you will. Most places are quite dangerous. And safe passage, you kind of need something like a gas. What makes the people who are with gas delivery services and stuff so unique. They actually have an ability to travel comfortably. And safety, pretty much, a relative safety, across the wastes of the world. Yeah. Anyway, but here's a reminder that this is also lower than what it would be like for their city. Because this is a stable on an outpost, effectively. Yeah. Think about it. Like, if you are used to even just this is, like, kind of low to the ground, relatively, right? In comparison. You know? I mean, your normal views, what you consider normal and comfortable, and even a little low, is here. But of course your building is going to be much higher up. But at the same time, see, like having stuff like this. The concept of it being open on the bottom isn't ridiculous because look at the bottom. It's built up on stilts basically. So to them, that's normal. That's the idea it's running on, is it's not that it's not normal. Exactly. It would be like living in a cave. Or underwater. In fact, it most likely would feel like you're underwater to some extent. As they be much used to like a much slower dose of oxygen and stuff as well. And that's just life to them. That's how they adapted to the world and how they survived. But when you're down here, especially once you get down here, like this is crazy to them. I'm not saying, I'm just saying that that's high, or rather that's already low. Look at how much lower this is. So, in reality to them, it's much safer in general. And yeah, like it's actually easier to breathe because you can't get high enough and all that, but at least it feels better up here. That's their comfort. That's their normal. You even have the white glass, and we'll have the white glass above as well. But still trying to make it look like what you think it should look like on the ground, the city, rather than trying to build your tower that doesn't really fit. And that's kind of where we're going with it. And I mean, think about it. You gotta go high enough that nothing can hit you and stuff as well. You're not gonna be, like, cruising the ground. In fact, preferably, you don't see the ground while you're flying. So, yeah. Yes. But see, that depends on what is out of range. Now, obviously, for vanilla Minecraft mobs, it's not that bad, right? Let's assume that in reality there's things that are worse. And beyond that, for example, I mean, remember over here, I know I haven't done too much work on it, but the gloom, the dark version, right? That eventually we'll have to finish. You're not flying through that. You're flying over that. Because, I mean, obviously I haven't done anything with it, but that would be what it would be like. It would always be dark. But I would prefer that, like, above a certain area, you can kind of, like, be free. And there's no way to get to, or, well, there's no way to get back from the end, so there's no knowledge of the end. there's that. But I'm just saying, like, remember, the concept of that is that it will be so dark from below that you can't. Depending on how high up it is, you gotta fly over that. Now, again, mind you, there's nothing in... I know what it's supposed to be. I know that it doesn't always work that way. They sometimes can go way further. So, yeah. Anyway, I do need to finish, but... Anyway, my point was more along the lines of... It's dark and dangerous. What is what's supposed to be? I don't know. Like I said, I don't know what it is. I just know that they sometimes can go further. Much like the actual gaze distance and stuff that's supposed to be. I think they can basically teleport however far they want, as long as they can, like, register you. So it's less about how far they teleport, and it's more about, like, just... how far they can see you. Alright, I think this keeps it lit still yet? Yeah. But it gives a cool edge there. As I said, the idea here is just... Bring in. I think I'm gonna do the thumbnail here and be done, but I'm probably gonna do more of this tomorrow. Unless I change my mind. I'd like to get this building done. I mean... Probably. My point was more along the lines of just... remember, this world has lore. The lore is that there are other types of things. Other concerning types of apocalypses. That do different things. Sure, this is no big deal with the Minecraft mobs. But... yeah. Anyway, yeah, other dangers. As I mentioned, the creeping dark, remember? That's the thing. And this world. And other things along those lines. There's things you're gonna want to fly over that are just simply put environmental hazards that you might want to just stay clear of and fly so high that nothing's gonna get you. like going back after the apocalypse and going, yeah. Well, no, I'm just saying, like, in general, the entire like, there are things that I would add that would be more mod or, obviously, if I wasn't playing in survival and I was playing in creative, there's things I would just get done that I can't do in survival. For example, I would, like I said, I would make this the freaking dark all the way through. I'd actually work through that. But it's an actual, like, biome that I want to make. Or kind of be existing as a biome. Although if I could mod, what it would be a unique type of, like a grass kind of thing. Giving off low light levels and like an actually dark. Like the light level would be absolutely 0. Right? I would assume, yeah, probably. But again, it would have to be in creative, because it wouldn't be... It would get survival on this one. But I'm just saying, like, in general, like, if I had any, like, knowledge, I think that's some things I would do. I'd give the ground, like, a low light level. So that instead of, like, the sky, like, and everything else is just, like, light level 0, like, above that kind of thing. Like, grass gives off light, but that the whole biome is actually dark. So obviously you want to fly above that. I definitely would have creatures that would live here. Some good, some bad. But yeah, I can't do that kind of stuff. I mean, I guess technically I know how to use Blockbench, but I've never gotten it to work right. Well, because I use it on my phone, but beyond that, it just... To be able to actually, like, give more things to it and all that? I don't know. I don't think I could do that. Like, I don't code. I don't know how to code, really. I get super confused by it. Anyway. Like I said, I mean... It would have to be more like an adventure map kind of thing, you know? Fair enough. Yeah, Mom could do old school coding. I don't think she'd be doing modding. Plus, you need like a whole bunch of other things, like you need to have the design for the different stuff and all that. Like I said, I could maybe design like a model or something in Blockfish, but I don't know. Yes, it would potentially be, like I said, it's a, as I said, it's technically possible, yes. I just was saying it's a little bit more, whatever. Yeah. Anyway. Come here, the whale, continue building it. Obviously, we're doing it in survival, so it's nowhere near as fast as if it was in creative, but... Anyway, it's just, it's how it goes. And then, overall, I need to finish what I want to work on next time is, I was already working on it some this time, which is why I ended up working on the other building, but I want to kind of try and get this building done. You can see there. I think I only have I think I want to do 2 more floors and then I'll do the outside part. Well, I need to put in the floors. And I think I want to build it, each floor is going to be basically kind of big. You can see that I've just started the next one's window. But I just have to get the blocks and place them, and then... Yeah. I'll just have to kind of gather and then do, and then gather and then do. But it's fine. It's conceptually. And then kind of just get everything going. For example, probably add more... I'll put red vines probably in each floor. Actually add floors. The top floor... I'm gonna move this up, rather, so it actually goes where it's supposed to, so I don't have to go up to do it now. Yeah, or I will... Actually, no, I'll put one at the top and one at the bottom. And then we'll see if it works. I know technically if you have one that's high enough, it technically should work. As one goes to the other? I don't know, we'll see. I have to get the more wood. That's the thing I have to do for the most part. But that's not too difficult. It's just basically going to be me cutting down a whole bunch of trees over and over and over. And then placing them. But I think I could get it done. And I want to get the main street done. That's my biggest goal, I think, for the next couple times we do this. So I want to get that one done first. And then I want to get this one done. And then I want to get that one done, and then I'll probably do that one, and then I'll do that one. And then for at least the outside of the buildings... Oh, and I want to get the top of that done. So that I have my street view. And then I can get the buildings that would go back there kind of sort of worked on. But like I said, this is the kind of thing for me where if I had even world edit kind of thing, actually especially world edit, I would probably just kind of start clearing. I think I would still try to keep it to survival for actually building and stuff, but I do think I would at this point, just so I can clear things out. Although, I mean, maybe I can just kind of. Maybe their next update, I need to get food, will have a way to have renewable sand. If they do, then I probably will do that to get a whole bunch of sand, and then... Okay, 6. It did work. That's... If only the shoes were there. Oof. Oof. Anyway. It's fine. I'm gonna probably go down at the start of next stream and go get a bunch of oatmeal and stuff from the skeletons. Anyway, my point was more along the lines of I would just clear that out. But if they, like I said, if they bring renewable sand into the picture, well, I made a discovery today at night. I mean, I kind of knew, but I didn't realize just how good it's been doing. It's even more full. It was like here. Apparently, I at some point found the hole that they were surviving in. And so, actually being here means my creeper farm is kind of popping off. Yeah. You know what this means, though? When I was suspicious that it was the spider mine, it was the spider mine. Absolutely. All those mobs that kept spawning down there, it was them. Which is so frustrating. Because it feels like it should be far enough down. No, I'm serious. Like, I don't feel like something that's down at deep slate layers should be affecting something that's at, like, Y60? 70? 90. Like, that's kind of ridiculous. I get it's great for, like, saving the amount. Yeah, I know. I think it technically does some, but not enough. Yeah, I'm finishing. I'm gonna go give Kitty snuggles. He went off to go sleep in the corner, even though he got to have my nicer robe. And I am cold and he is not, apparently. Anyway, I'm also gonna probably go sell some berries or try to get to the point where I can sell berries. No, I know. The thing is where I've seen on several farms that have broken down how things spawn. It's apparently effectively in a spherical shape. So... yeah. Which is a little weird, but that's how mob spawning would work. But it makes sense because it's like in the whole... it's supposed to be like 50 blocks around you, kind of thing. But yeah. That's why people do their farms on the nether roof. But yeah, no, that's just for some reason, that one spot over 90 blocks down. Well, maybe technically 70 blocks, but 70 blocks is still a long... Actually, no, more than 90. More than... Like, just because we're at 90 now. I was trying to be nice. 110 blocks down should not be affecting my creeper farm. Here. If it's a whole... It spawns a certain number of blocks from you. Yeah, it's great kind of the ban being here. I would probably just adjust it, but... yeah. Kind of annoying. Kind of ridiculous. It's kind of bothersome. My cat does not understand. I don't understand. Anyway, like I said, so next time, yeah, I'm gonna... Because I need to repair my tools as well. That's part of why I'm thinking of going and heading up the Skelly. In fact, you know what? Let's make sure we actually hit up the Skelly spawner. But we can get enough bone meal and powder and stuff. I think I'm gonna go to this. The last thing I'm gonna do. Because I want to make sure I actually go to my spawner. Otherwise, I'm not going to remember. I'm going to be like, oh yeah, I was supposed to do something. Oh well. Make sure there's no spikes below me. I mean, I'm not gonna lie about what I know I'm gonna do, because you know I'm gonna do it. Yeah, fine. Oh, that's a problem? I don't remember. It goes this way, right? Yeah. My Skelly spawner. Which is almost done in a more classic. Like, it could totally be classic. Except for two things. Have barrels and lanterns. But at first look, you wouldn't necessarily notice what's wrong. I mean, I do have a ton of bones already. I know that. But... yeah, see? I do want to actually repair my tools as well. I was also saying, I wish we had, if we got a new type of villager, we get one to kind of mix with the sawmill. And maybe he would buy bones, or bone meal, or bone bollocks. Rolls. I feel like it'd make more sense than 6. Either... well, not necessarily. It might be a more... I mean, I'm just saying in general, you're more likely to, like, if you want to encourage going out and about, but also potentially reward those who are smart enough to have a farm. I think that would be a good way to handle it. I'm also going to sleep before I go, because I just, yeah. And it's so close at this point. I just realized I brought a bunch of junk down here. And... yeah, while I'm waiting for nightfall... I go dump some of this junk. Anyway, I don't know. I feel like Because I feel like it's too easy to have different things to encourage different kinds of things. Then you can have a variety and be like, well, I guess there are some more difficult options that way. Yeah, a good way to handle that would be to have something like bone meal. Or bone blocks. Or just bones. Like, 20 bones for an emerald. I mean, even if you have a fancy skelly spawner, you're getting, or like a mob drop thing. It's not as great as a six. Well, I think sticks are fine personally. I think having some options that would be more encouraging of like monster death. The only one we really have is the cleric. Or in flesh. Anyway, I do need to finish, so I hope you guys have a wonderful day / night / whatever it is for you. Thank you for popping in. Thank you for sticking around. I hope to see you tomorrow for some more of this, and I'm going to continue doing some Minecraft, just to kind of have a chill rest of our week and all that. But like I said, thank you for popping in. Thanks for sticking around, and yeah, bye-bye!